Gwydion. Gwydion.
Gwydion, what are you doing, boy?
I was just looking.
How dare you take leave of your duties? Resume your chores immediately.
Yes, Mananin. Master.
Had your parents survived your wretched infancy, the sight of your sloth alone would have killed them.
They would not have been proud of me.
No, but fate has favored you. Few orphaned youths can know such fortune. You are lucky to be here to serve me.
I am very lucky.
Indeed. Now get to work.
Such is the story of young Gwydion's life to this point. What's a poor boy to do? Oh well, in resignation, Gwydion obediently follows Mananin into the house. The old wizard looks at you menacingly.
My office needs dusting. Attend to it now.
The old wizard looks at you menacingly.
The kitchen is filthy. Go clean it at once.
This is the kitchen of the wizard's house. Other than your own bedchamber, this is the only place in the house that you feel you can call your own. The wizard rarely enters the kitchen. On cold days, the fireplace is a cozy place to sit. Near the fireplace is a crude broom made of straw. The old wizard looks at you menacingly.
My chamber pot is full. Empty it immediately.
This hallway is on the second floor of the old wizard's house. There are 2 stairways here. Adjacent to them are 2 doors, both leading to, thankfully, separate bedrooms. Manannan's elegant bedchamber is a display room for the land's finest furnishings. From a regal canopy bed to an expertly carved closet, you can't help but compare it to your own meager space. It's the wizard's chamber pot. Wrinkling your nose in disgust, you throw the smelly contents of the chamber pot out the open window. What a way to make a living. The old wizard looks at you menacingly.
My office needs dusting. Attend to it now.
This is Manannan's private study. A huge oak desk sits covered with writing implements, and a chart covers the wall behind it. A cabinet takes up residence in the corner, while 2 massive bookshelves fill themselves with every subject. The wizard fancies himself the scholar. It's your feather duster. The old wizard looks at you menacingly.
The chickens need to be fed. See to it at once.
The wizard gives you an evil glare.
When I assign a chore, I want it done immediately. Like a bad little boy, you shall spend some time in your room.
The door is shut and therefore locked. The door has opened. The wizard gives you an evil glare.
When I assign a chore, I want it done immediately. Go hang around in the kitchen for a while.
wizard gives you an evil glare.
When I assign a chore, I want it done immediately. Perhaps you'd like a closer view of the ground.
Suddenly, you feel squishy and slimy, with an awful weight on your back. Your tentacled eyes swivel around to see your shell. Oh no! He's turned you into a snail! Next time, stay away from those higher on the food chain. The wizard gives you an evil glare.
Gwydion, you are forbidden to be here. I've a good mind to...
Manannan's face softens as he continues.
Well, maybe next time. For now, go home.
The wizard's glare makes you suddenly feel very, very small.
You are forbidden to be here. It is time to remind you who's in charge. You obviously don't lack energy. Let me help you blow off some steam.
This is the main entry room of the wizard's house. The front door is to the south. Creaky stairs go upstairs, and doorways lead north and east. The old wizard looks at you menacingly.
The kitchen is filthy. Go clean it at once.
This is where Manannan eats his meals. You, of course, are not supposed to eat here. You eat in the kitchen. There is a pine table and benches large enough to seat at least 10 people. But the wizard has never had any guests for dinner. A tin cup has been left on the table. Manannan was not pleased to be served blackroot juice in anything other than his chalice heirloom. The perfect servant, aren't you? This is just a simple metal cup with a handle. This is the kitchen of the wizard's house. Other than your own bedchamber, this is the only place in the house that you feel you can call your own. The wizard rarely enters the kitchen. On cold days, the fireplace is a cozy place to sit. You use the heavy oak table when you prepare food for the wizard. You're quite familiar with it. You see a chop of mutton, some fruit, and a loaf of bread lying on the table. You take the fruit and carry it with you. You take the loaf of bread and carry it with you. You take the mutton chop and carry it with you. The fruit consists of an apple and some grapes. They look sweet, fresh, and juicy. You love the smell of freshly baked bread. This is a leftover mutton chop that the old wizard hadn't finished. It still looks appetizing, though. Your wooden serving spoon is hanging on the rack. You take the wooden spoon from the iron rack and keep it with you. Your trusty knife is hanging on the rack. You take the carving knife from the iron rack and keep it with you. This is a wooden kitchen spoon. The knife is big enough and sharp enough to carve a large roast. Your mixing bowl is lying on the shelf. You retrieve the clay bowl from the kitchen shelf and take it with you. The clay bowl has been your favorite bowl for years. The fireplace is not used during the summer. Manannan insists that you clean it regardless and frequently. It's just your old tin bucket. Your muscles ache as you recall the long hours spent churning butter. You scrutinize the moose head carefully. While it is long past its grazing days, you feel sorry for the poor old thing. The wizard gives you an evil glare. It's a painting of the wizard from long ago. You wonder if he was ever young. He's probably politer than the real thing.
Don't count on it.
You have always admired this lovely tapestry. It's one of the few bright spots in this dreary house. You lift the bottom of the tapestry and peer behind it. The wall is filled with cracks. You can see why Manannan would hang such a tapestry here. There are also dozens of charcoal drawings, diagrams, maps, and notes to programmers with the legend of King's Quest IV. But you're uninterested in this. since you presently have your hands full with King's Quest III. You lower the tapestry and smooth out the wrinkles. This hallway is on the second floor of the old wizard's house. There are 2 stairways here. Adjacent to them are 2 doors, both leading to, thankfully, separate bedrooms. This is your own pitiful bedchamber. Compared to Manannan's fine room, yours is almost a cell. The bed is hard and uncomfortable, with only a threadbare blanket and a small, flat pillow. The other furnishings are junk, but as poor as it is, it's your haven, as the wizard never enters it. The wizard's glare makes you suddenly feel very, very small.
I have decided to take a journey.
You see nothing on the dusty floor but a dead fly. It's a fly, and it's dead. You pick up the dead fly and drop it into your hand. Disgustedly, you look at it. You're not certain why you're carrying around something as disgusting as a dead fly. Picking off its wings, you throw the rest away. The fly wings are remarkably beautiful for having come from such a disagreeable insect. You have entered the musty tower of the old wizard's house. A polished brass telescope is directed out a window. From here, Manannan spies upon the poor occupants of Ludor. On our left, we have the beautiful Ludorian desert, featuring miles and miles of endless sand. Don't go wandering too far. To the right of the desert begins the fertile land of Ludor. Bandits have been known to hide out there, so watch out. The scenery and sounds of the river-soaked woodlands, a must for any journeyer. Mind you, stay away from our 8-legged friends. We grow them big around here. Finally, the port town and ocean, the best way to arrive and the only way you'll leave. The well-polished brass telescope is used by Manannan to keep tabs on the citizens of Ludor. You put your eye to the glass. It amazes you how near everything seems. You could even see squirrels climbing faraway trees. No wonder the wizard knows of all activities in Ludor. Manannan's elegant bedchamber is a display room for the land's finest furnishings. From a regal canopy bed to an expertly carved closet, you can't help but compare it to your own meager space. Manannan spends his nights in that bed. That he does so alone and for so long as you've lived here would amuse you if your situation weren't identical. A small bedside candle sits beside the bed. Manannan uses it for reading late into the night. He never seems to run short when it comes to his own candles. It is clear why Manannan picked this spot to build his house. You doubt even the excellent morning view puts the wizard in a good mood, though. Mannanen keeps a window open. This is just as well. His chamber pot is almost always full. It's the wizard's chamber pot. Wrinkling your nose in disgust, you throw the smelly contents of the chamber pot out the open window. What a way to make a living. You're not sure what to make of this. Mannanen has unique aesthetic tastes. A pitcher of water serves to wash, replenish, and receive a mouthful of expectorant. It is an oval mirror. Obviously, Mannanen has never looked into it, as it isn't cracked from side to side. You leave a fingerprint on the surface. Aha! You've struck a blow against tyranny. There's a small drawer in the front of the mahogany vanity. A bottle with a green leaf stopper contains some cat mint. Your breath smells fine. Presumably, these are Mannanen's reading glasses. You've never seen him read. He spends most of his time watching the townspeople, or you. You have excellent eyesight. Besides, they wouldn't suit you. A comb, perfectly suited for the maintenance of long facial fleece. Perhaps in a few years, when you've worn out that soft down presently posing as stubble. A bottle with a cat's head on it. Mannanen must be allergic to cats. So far, you're allergy-free. Blank parchments for those late-night urges to jot something down. They're probably used to notate new ideas for making your life more miserable. Write about your journey after you've gotten where you're going. It's a lovely handheld mirror. Mannanen's a vain old codger, isn't he? You take the wizard's hand mirror. The mirror is set in a round oak frame with a long handle. You peer into it and see your rather dirty but handsome face. The closet is fashioned of ornately carved mahogany. This is one of the wizard's linen gowns. You search the linen gown. You don't find anything interesting. You see a black cloak hanging in the closet. You search the pockets of the black cloak. Suddenly you discover a small brass key. What could it unlock? The small brass key is brightly polished. The back of the wizard's closet is too dark to see clearly. You search behind the clothes hanging in the wizard's closet. You're startled to discover an ancient parchment scroll. Its ink has faded, but it seems to be a map. Taking this treasure, you leave everything else exactly as it was. The magic map's ink has faded away. So far, it isn't much help. It is a simple dresser containing Mannanen's unmentionables. The thought of those conjures many memories of washing them. chocolate creams. No, wait a minute. They're chocolate-coated insects. Yuck! You've only been fed slop in your life. Bit late to be starting on crunchy food. 3 vials contain small quantities of hair, all in different colors. That's odd. They're all labeled Gwydion. They're of no use to you. A blue bottle labeled with a V. Given local topography, you're guessing it stands for vertigo. Manannan must have a little trouble with heights. You don't have a problem with heights. Not one you'd admit to. It's a bottle of rose petal essence. You've never wanted to smell like a rose, but... the little vial of rose petal essence has a delicate, sweet aroma. The Wizard's Mansion has been your home, life, and world. When closed, the coop does its job well. The hens peck their way around the coop. The hatch is home for the hens and comes complete with a supply of chicken feed. You pick up the chicken. You gently pluck a feather from the chicken and gently set it back on the ground. The chicken feather is small and light, no more than a piece of fluff. The precarious path winds around Manannan's mountain. Watch your step. An eagle sits in its nest, tilting its head as it eyes you warily. Watch your step. The path is well trodden, and the soft grass soothes your aching feet. The many beautiful trees and bushes bring a sense of peace to this forest. These two are certainly unsavory rogues. They look like they'd rob you blind. After recovering from a whack on the head at the hands of the bandits, you stand unsteadily. Taking stock of your holdings, you discover that you've been robbed. These two are certainly unsavory rogues. They look like they'd rob you blind.
Hurry along there, Mildred.
Yes, George.
Mama, my button's not done up!
Button? Haven't you taught him anything, Mildred?
It's a bit difficult for him, George.
This quaint little cottage is home to the bears. You are in the charming, cozy home of the three bears. Cheery flames crackle in the fireplace. The bears must feel the cold. The large wooden dining table is clean and polished. 3 chairs are arranged around it. There are bowls of porridge on the table, a far cry from the fish, honey, and berries you were expecting. You taste the porridge and decide that this bowl of porridge is too hot. You taste the porridge and decide that this bowl of porridge is too cold. Just right. So you take it with you. The warm porridge is in a pretty blue ceramic bowl. Its aroma wafts up to and tantalizes your nose. The cute little chair looks sturdily built. This chair feels just right. You are in the Bear family's cozy bedroom. 3 beds share with a chest of drawers. A dresser sits in the corner of the room. You closely examine the contents of the drawer. A small green bottle rests in the bottom of the drawer. As handy as a small bottle may be in other games, you see no use for it in this one. A small blue bottle rests in the bottom of the drawer. As handy as a small bottle may be in other games, you see no use for it in this one. You can see a very ornate pincushion in the bottom of the drawer. Something tells you it belongs to Mama Bear. Your clothes may be in need of repair, but you hardly have the time to worry about such things. There is a spool of black thread in the drawer. Your clothes may be in need of repair, but you hardly have the time to worry about such things. There is a little silver sewing thimble here. You pick up the thimble. The little thimble is fashioned of bright, gleaming silver. This bed looks just the right size for you. You lie upon the smallest bed and snuggle down into the pillow. This bed is just right. You've fallen asleep. Oh no, Papa Bear has found you sleeping in Baby Bear's bed. You're in for it now.
Keep out of our house, human!
What a beautiful garden, you think. The residents must take great care of it. Dew has formed on the petals from the night before. Holding the silver thimble beneath a dew-filled flower, you gently tip the flower so its dew runs into the thimble. You move from flower to flower, repeating the process until your thimble is brimming with dew. The dew sparkles within the little silver thimble. You take a handful of fertile soil from the garden. You're carrying a handful of fertile soil from the Bear family's garden. You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling sensation.
You'll create no magic around me, Gwydion.
Looks like you were caught red-handed. You get on your hands and knees and quickly shove all your possessions under the bed. They will be safe from the wizard's sharp eyes there. You see an evil sneer come across the wizard's face.
I am hungry. Prepare me a meal at once.
Manannan is impatiently waiting for his food. His stomach rumbles as he drums his gnarled fingers on the table. You'd better feed him quickly, or dire consequences may result. Your lord and master keeps a cold eye on you when he's not watching everyone else.
Master?
What is it? Speak quickly, boy.
What are the people of Ludor like?
The wizard gives you a cautionary glance.
Why? Intending to make their acquaintance, are you?
No, I'm just curious. From what you have said in the past, they don't sound very appreciative of you.
Selfish, pathetic creatures requiring constant vigilance. They should have some respect for an old man. It tires me keeping track of their movements, never knowing when one might put a foot out of line.
You have the strangest notion that Manannan's last comment was not an expression.
They sound wretched.
Much like yourself, but they are punished for their disobedience as surely as you are.
It's obvious the wizard enjoyed his meal as he lets out a satisfied belch. He rises and leaves without so much as a thank you.
Those little devils, what are they doing?
Your lord and master keeps a cold eye on you when he's not watching everyone else.
I am going to lie down for a rest. Do not disturb me.
Manannan is taking a nap. Don't disturb him. Dropping to your hands and knees, you reach under the bed and retrieve all of your possessions. Nimbly, you grab the nasty cat by the scruff of its neck, avoiding its needle-sharp claws. And now that you have it, what are you going to do with it? You manage to pluck some fur before he viciously scratches and leaps from your arms. With grim satisfaction, you survey your wounds. You hold a small ball of black cat fur in your hand. You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling sensation. The acorns surround the old oak tree and crunch under your step. You pick and poke among the fallen acorns looking for dried ones. You eventually find 3 dried acorns and take them with you. The 3 acorns are dried and brittle. The sand stretches ever westward, as far as your eye can see. You scoop up a small handful of sand. You're carrying a handful of sand from the desert. A snake has shed its skin and left it in the desert sun. You retrieve the dried snake skin from the hot desert sand. It's delicate and could easily crumble. The dry, thin snake skin is extremely fragile. The mistletoe hangs from the branches of the tree. There are few dried sprigs mingled with the green mistletoe. You search among the hanging mistletoe until you find a sprig that has dried. You break it off and carry it with you. The dried sprig of mistletoe is a thick grayish-green with remnants of little berries still attached. It is not a pretty plant. The seagull feasts on its latest lunch. The fish must have been on dry land for a considerable amount of time already, as its aroma is less than desirable. A sign above the store reads, General Store.
Good day to you, young man. What can I do for you?
content, hairy dog sits on the floor of the store. Its name tag reads, Hank. You pat the hairy dog and are rewarded with a handful of malted hair. You speak to the dog in a soothing voice, and his ears perk up.
Go ahead and pet him. Hank loves attention. I've got some dusting to do. Let me know if you need anything.
Once the pride of the town, the library is now a forgotten shell. This house belongs to either a well-to-do family or to several poorer ones. The window doesn't appear to be fully closed. You can't reach it from here. Boxes have been stacked along the side wall. Despite the fact that the window is ajar, it will not open wide enough to allow entry. There's a small brass latch on the inside, which your fingertips cannot quite reach. You slide the nice thin blade through the gap and easily flip the latch. Rows of knowledge, local and wide, sit lost to an apathetic audience. This book has been left more recently, as in the last 20 years. The book from the library looks similar to the books that line the shelves of Manannan's study. The rest of the pages are blank. You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling sensation. It's an eagle's feather. The eagle's tail feather makes you wonder what it would be like to soar among the clouds.
You'll create no magic around me, Gwydion.
Looks like you were caught red-handed. Your heart skips as the wizard gives you an evil look.
I am ravenous. Fix me something immediately.
Manannan is impatiently waiting for his food. His stomach rumbles as he drums his gnarled fingers on the table. You'd better feed him quickly, or dire consequences may result.
Master?
What is it? Speak quickly, boy.
If I may know, How long have I been here?
The better part of 18 years.
Will I be turning 18 soon?
Yes, quite soon. I have something very special planned for you that day.
Oh.
The story from your predecessor's journal gives you a good idea of the meaning behind Manannan's words. You barely manage to hold back a shiver. Manannan does not appear in much of a talkative mood at the moment. Conversing with him further might be unwise. The wizard is writing at his desk. He looks up from his work and greets you with a scowl.
Boy, you know I don't like you to enter my private study, especially when I'm writing. Leave now, or I'll make you leave.
Manannan eyes you with a snaggle-toothed sneer.
I have decided to take a journey.
You unlock the oak cabinet using the brass key. It's the wizard's magic wand. Inside, you find the wizard's magic wand. You take it with you, knowing it could mean death if he finds it missing. The cabinet door locks as you shut it. The magic wand is cool and smooth to the touch, and creamy white in color. You think it may be fashioned from ivory. So many books line the bookshelf, you wonder when Manannan has time to read them all. Titles cover many subjects from ancient Arabic mythology to a study of the heavens to the philosophies of Socrates. Carefully examining the bookshelf, you notice something unusual about one of the volumes. Only the spines are apparent, and they seem to be stuck together. You should practice your aim. The trapdoor is open and awaiting your descent. You look in awe around this torchlit underground room. It appears to be a laboratory. A wizard's laboratory. The shelves are filled with numerous items. You spy a bottle labeled saffron. You pick up the bottle labeled saffron and take it with you. Inside the jar, you see the saffron, an orange-yellow powdery substance. You spot an empty flask. You pick up the empty flask and take it with you. It's just an empty container. You could put something inside it. Atop the oak table are a large leather-bound book, a mortar and pestle, a little brazier holding charcoal, a flint, measuring cups, beakers, flasks, and stirrers. You take a closer look at the wizard's work table. Covered with gold trimmings, the old book's leather cover is cracked and worn, its pages yellowed and brittle. The title, however, is clear: The Sorcery of Old. You eagerly thumb through page after page of what you assume to be magic formulas. The ink of the old handwriting is faint and barely readable. Most of the formulas are indecipherable, but a few are in a language you know. You treat the old book with great care. As you can tell, it contains recipes for some very old and powerful magic spells. Your hands shake as you realize this book could be the key to your escape from the evil Manannan. You shouldn't try making up your own spells. You add a pinch of saffron to the vial marked Rose Petal Essence. With trepidation, you prepare to recite the flying like an eagle or a fly incantation.
Spirits of air, cloud and breeze, lend me your wings that I may seize the opportunity to fly. Allow me passage through the sky.
You wave the magic wand over the vial of Rose Petal Essence. You quickly pull the levers in the correct sequence. You unlock the oak cabinet using the brass key. You carefully replace the magic wand exactly as you found it. The cabinet door locks as you shut it. You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling sensation. That's the largest web you've ever seen. You shudder to think of what spun it. The only way in is through. It was to be expected that a spider of this size wouldn't just live off flies. The cave is bare and barren. The only life left in this cave is a lone mandrake root. The strange woman stands before you expectantly. Her ageless face is tranquil, but there's faint urgency behind her gaze.
Welcome, young one.
I saw you through the telescope, but it was a dream.
Neither dreaming nor awake. It was I you saw.
Who are you?
You may think of me as an oracle. Beyond that lies knowledge I cannot impart. A better question for you to ask is, who am I?
I do not understand.
Do you know your identity? Your ancestry? Your heritage?
My name is Gwydion, a servant to the wizard Manannan, and I have lived in Ludor all my life. As for my parents, I have never known them. Manannan told me that they died when I was very young.
Yes. Too young to remember. Too small to resist.
I don't understand.
A lie lurks in shadow and gives way to the luminance of truth. The time has come for your enlightenment.
Hello? Where am I?
These are but visions of light long faded. Observe what you may, but the time of influence has passed.
The child of the cradle stirs, as if the air has become too cold for him. You wonder if you could stand a closer look.
Manannan.
I thank the Father for this timely gift.
No! I was that boy. Manannan abducted me. Everything he told me was a lie. I need to know more. Tell me.
Then speak, my child. Ask.
My name? Do I have a name? Other than the one Manannan gave me, I mean?
Your name is Alexander. Prince Alexander. You are heir to your father's throne.
My father is a king?
Yes, a very good and noble one. It may come to pass that you shall meet him.
Where do I come from?
You hail from the kingdom of Daventry. Once, it was a place of great beauty. Oldest is the magic that lies deep within that realm, and the earliest histories are connected to it. An important part of it is to play in great events to come, but this should not concern you. The land has suffered much in recent times, and must be healed.
Why must the land be healed?
Great misfortunes have plagued Daventry since the arrival of the three-headed dragon. Each year it demands a sacrifice in exchange for sparing the land from its fiery wrath. At first, the king refused, and now, years later, the land burns still from the dragon's flame.
How may it be healed?
The power to do so can be found in a place once linked to the greater land. You will come to it in time, where your value shall be measured by the way you measure value.
Come again?
You will know when it is time to know.
Why does the king do nothing?
There was a time when the king would have risked all to save another. Now, he has barely the spark of life within him. The years have been hard for the royal family. Grief has taken its toll, and the king has borne the brunt of the anguish. Now, with the dragon holding the kingdom's future in its fiery jaws, he has not the spirit to fight the evil. The curse endures still.
Curse?
It is beyond what is yours to reckon with. Concern yourself not with it.
Who are my family?
You are the son of Graham and Valanice, and the twin brother of Rosella, who is even now in great peril.
A sister. In peril, did you say?
The dragon came and took nest upon the highest summit. From there, it receives its dues. Lately, its price is the highest yet.
Rosella.
Yes, she is to be the next sacrifice. Go now, Prince Alexander. Deal with your enslaver, and venture forth to aid your family at a time they need you most.
Thank you, Oracle.
root of the mandrake plant has an earthy, bitter smell to it. You kneel and scoop some of the mud onto the wooden spoon. The spoonful of mud has already dried. You scoop up a cupful of ocean water. The metal cup has ocean water in it. It's just an empty container. You could put something inside it. You fill the flask with ocean water. The jar is filled with clear water from the ocean. You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling sensation.
Don't you go wiping your nose on those clean clothes, Junior. Your mother will have to wash them. Won't you, Mildred?
Yes, George.
Wipe it on your fur instead.
Okay, Papa.
Oh, now I will have to bathe him again, George.
All in a day's work, Mildred.
Yes, George.
This cactus is of a spineless variety. The greenish-gray cactus is small, plump, and fleshy. An ancient door has been set into the cliff face. You don't see that every day. Your eyes adjust to the dark as you struggle to breathe the putrid air.
What is this place?
A perfectly smooth, uniquely colored stone sits upon a natural pedestal.
Who comes to my den?
Just a man.
Man? I have known many called man. All wretched, all deceitful. Now, all stone. As a man, you are not capable of honesty, of truth.
But I am.
As a man, You exist only to break a woman's heart. Shallowness and fear are your bane. Come closer, and I will destroy you. If you would look upon me, foolish boy, then reveal your true self.
How?
Hear me in earnest, and respond in kind. A blind man asks you to describe the sunset. A poor girl offers to sell you a rotten apple from her basket. A harem slave asks for help. Her master will beat her once he learns of her escape. She offers her services. An old man who reeks of the world's worst stenches asks for shelter. After many years of correspondence with the lady, you propose. Upon meeting her in person, she is far less attractive than she described.
You feel a strange sensation overcoming your body. You feel a sharp pain as your limbs begin to stiffen. Hey, looks aren't everything.
If you would look upon me, foolish boy, then reveal your true self.
How?
Hear me in earnest, and respond in kind. A blind man asks you to describe the sunset. A poor girl offers to sell you a rotten apple from her basket. A harem slave asks for help. Her master will beat her once he learns of her escape. She offers her services. An old man who reeks of the world's worst stenches asks for shelter. After many years of correspondence with the lady, you propose. Upon meeting her in person, she is far less attractive than she described. You are not repelled by me? You are not transformed? The enchantment's broken. Forgive me. I have been too hasty in appraising you. It would seem that I possess something of the hard-heartedness I accused you of having.
Considering my predecessors, I think your opinion was understandable.
How can I thank you?
If it would please you, I would have this unique stone.
It would, though I am loath to ask. I would have you first do a favor for me.
Certainly.
I have all but forgotten my own appearance, and I should dare not enter the town again until I am made more gentle to the eye.
Assuredly, you would make not even the most dazzling sunrise more attractive to the senses.
I thank thee for the compliment. However, I still desire a means to appraise myself. I have none. For once transformed into a gorgon, all were destroyed in my terrible rage. Bring me a looking glass, and I will gladly grant you the stone.
I will do as you ask, my lady.
I am most grateful to you. You may have the stone if that is your will.
Thank you, milady.
You take the smooth stone. The stone is smooth, round, and an unusual color, somewhat like that of amber.
Farewell, my lady.
Farewell, good sir. Yet before we part, I wish to make mention of something I have sensed in your aura. Whatever wretched life you have thus far lived, I feel a great change encroaching upon you soon. For good or ill, I know not. Heed well my advice. Beware those who would offer help, particularly if such should bear a price.
I thank you, my lady.
You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling sensation.
I am hungry. Prepare me a meal at once.
Manannan is impatiently waiting for his food. His stomach rumbles as he drums his gnarled fingers on the table. You'd better feed him quickly, or dire consequences may result.
I'm curious, Master.
A dangerous mindset, boy.
I know, but I was wondering, how powerful are you?
Impudence!
Not at all. I was just wondering If Ludor were to be invaded, would it be well protected by your magic?
Of course, irrelevant though that notion is, invaders would never reach these shores. My spells over the wind and weather would destroy any hostiles long before they caught sight of this land.
You surmise that you won't be taking any boat trips while he's around.
As for invaders from the west, they would only meet their demise in the endless scorched wasteland. And even if they endured, they would never survive an encounter with that desert beauty.
Manannan's mouth flickers upwards slightly in an odd manner. You suppress the urge to probe his mind more on the subject. It's obvious the wizard enjoyed his meal as he lets out a satisfied belch. He rises and leaves without so much as a thank you.
I am going to lie down for a rest. Do not disturb me. You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling sensation.
What'll it be for you, sir? A good pull of ale? Or you rather a dram of rum? My, ain't you the handsome one?
Wench! Come over here, more ale!
Two surly men sit drinking ale. They see you looking at them and glare back.
Beat it, kid.
Get lost!
You peer into the window, but cannot make out the dim interior.
Wench! Come over here, more ale!
You overhear snatches of the two bandits' conversation.
Squirmed just like a pig.
And that rope you rigged inside that big oak tree works great. Now nobody here will find our hideout. Why, I'll bet even that wizard.
So ends my fun. My flight's now done.
Your spell is wearing off. You bend down and look into the small hole. It's too dark inside to see anything. In your insect form, you fit easily through the hole in the tree. As you buzz around inside the tree, you notice a rope dangling from above. You decide to get out of the tree before the spell wears off. These two are certainly unsavory rogues. They look like they'd rob you blind. After recovering from a whack on the head at the hands of the bandits, you stand unsteadily. Taking stock of your holdings, you discover that all of your possessions have been stolen. You feel around inside the hollow tree and discover a rope stretching up into the tree. You pull it and, to your amazement, a rope ladder falls from the branches above. You've reached the porch of a shack built in the branches of the oak tree. You'd better be careful. Whoever dwells beyond that doorway may not take kindly to unexpected visitors. A rough opening in the plank serves as the doorway to this ramshackle treehouse. A hole cut into the side acts as a window. You can see someone moving about, but cannot make out any details. Perhaps you shouldn't just barge in. A rough opening in the planks serves as the doorway to this ramshackle treehouse. A hole cut into the side acts as a window. Though you can see little of the interior, there seems to be a figure sleeping in a chair. You have entered the treehouse. A sleeping bandit slumps face down on the table, occasionally stirring. Take care not to get too close, or you might wake him. The scoundrel is fast asleep at the table. Between him and his dirty, ragged clothes, he emits an unpleasant odor. You surmise that this shabby chest is where the bandits store their loot. You open the chest and retrieve your stolen items. A leather coin purse lies on the table. You very carefully lift the coin purse off the table, practically from under the sleeping bandit's nose. You eagerly peek inside the soft leather coin purse and discover it contains some shiny gold coins. You may want to count them.
So ends my fun. My flight's now done.
Your spell is wearing off. You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling sensation. A battered sign reads, Tavern.
Wench! Come over here, more ale!
A pretty, buxom barmaid stands there with an air of hardened determination. You get the feeling that she doesn't take guff from anybody. This instrument looks out of place here.
You there?
Just wondering where this instrument came from.
Young man used to come in here a long time ago. About your age, according to me daddy. Had that thing he liked to play. Seemed to make him happy.
The lute made this young man happy?
Nah, he ain't done it for the money. Just liked to play is all. You know, entertain the customers.
Who was he?
Don't rightly remember. I was only a wee mite then. Think he lived with the wizard, though I might be mistaken.
Why does the lute now hang on the wall?
One day the young man stopped coming over. Daddy found the instrument lying just outside. Said it was real weird how the air around it smelt all smoky, though there weren't no fire about. Anyway, he put it on the wall, in case the man should come back for it.
Do you think he will?
Hard to say. No one's seen him in years.
May I borrow the lute?
You one of them musy types?
Yes, I am.
I like a man who explores his creative side.
Indeed, I'd very much like to practice with it.
Of course you can have it.
Thank you.
If you agree to play for the establishment.
You want me to play for you?
You're catching on good.
I don't think that I'm ready to perform publicly.
Oh, go on. We ain't had a good performance round here for years.
I couldn't. Really?
Well, the loot will be there if you change your mind.
What do you sell here?
For you, I'd sell more than this here tavern offers. But me husband won't be appreciating that.
I meant, what beverages do you serve?
What's that?
Drinks. What drinks do you serve?
Oh, now you be talking me language.
Somehow you doubt you could ever be talking her language.
This place can sell you the finest liquor the land has to offer.
Anything else?
What else is there? Ale and rum, of course. You're a cutie, you know.
Any news from abroad?
You talking about gossip?
Well, sort of. The kind one hears from other countries.
Don't get much in the way of foreign gossip. Except from the sailors, of course.
Sailors?
Sure. They drop anchor, come in here, drink themselves full, then set sail again.
Incredible.
That we get sailors in here?
No, that there aren't wrecked ships all up and down the coastline.
You have nothing else to say to the barmaid at the moment.
I'll give it a try.
Wonderful.
I'm a bit rusty.
You sure are.
Can I have the loot now?
Wouldn't feel right giving it to someone who's not musy enough. Sorry.
A sign above the store reads, General Store.
Good day to you, young man. What can I do for you?
The shelves are stocked with many useful items, such as leather pouches, salt, fish oil, and lard.
Greetings. What have you for sale?
I have many an item that might interest you. For instance, you might wish to purchase a leather pouch, very suitable for carrying things in, as you might expect.
Indeed. Anything else?
I have numerous consumables that you may wish to acquire. Take a look at the shelf behind me. See if there's anything you would like.
The shelves are stocked with many useful items, such as leather pouches, salt, fish oil, and lard.
I'd like to purchase something.
Certainly. Take a look at the items on the shelf behind me.
You count out 4 coins and give them to the shopkeeper. You count out 10 coins and give them to the shopkeeper. You count out 8 coins and give them to the shopkeeper. You count out 5 coins and give them to the shopkeeper. You're carrying a handful of coarse grains of salt. This is a plain leather pouch, useful for storing liquid or dry ingredients. Right now, it is empty. There's nothing very interesting about this jar of whitish, thick lard. A strong, fishy smell emanates from the glass jar. You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling sensation.
I am ravenous. Fix me something immediately.
Manannan is impatiently waiting for his food. His stomach rumbles as he drums his gnarled fingers on the table. You'd better feed him quickly, or dire consequences may result. There are various bottles and bowls on the shelf. You scrutinize the moose head carefully. While it is long past its grazing days, you feel sorry for the poor old thing. Candles flicker from the wrought iron lamp. You can see most of the countryside of Ludor from this vantage point. Your lord and master keeps a cold eye on you when he's not watching everyone else.
Master?
Don't jabber at me, boy. Bring me my food now. Gwydion, you were assigned a chore. You know what happens to lazy boys. I am still hungry. When will you learn to obey? Perhaps you'd like a closer view of the ground.
Suddenly, you feel squishy and slimy with an awful weight on your back. Your tentacled eyes swivel around to see your shell. Oh no! He's turned you into a snail!
I have decided to take a journey.
You quickly pull the levers in the correct sequence. You unlock the oak cabinet using the brass key. Inside, you find the wizard's magic wand. You take it with you, knowing it could mean death if he finds it missing. The cabinet door locks as you shut it. You look at Manannan's spellbook. The jar is filled with clear water from the ocean. You're carrying a handful of sand from the desert. You're carrying a handful of fertile soil from the Bear family's garden. You shouldn't try making up your own spells. You look at Manannan's spellbook. You add a handful of sand to the flask. You add a handful of fertile soil to the flask. You shake the flask's contents until they are thoroughly mixed. You wave the magic wand over the flask. With trepidation, you prepare to recite the Enhancing Musical Talent incantation.
Earth bearing fruit from one's toiling hands, with patience of timeless, swift sifting sands, swirl through endurance soaked salty with seas, permit me to please all musically.
You feel the contents of the flask stir slightly as you finish the incantation. The jar is filled with liquefied musical talent. You quickly pull the levers in the correct sequence. You unlock the oak cabinet using the brass key. You carefully replace the magic wand exactly as you found it. The cabinet door locks as you shut it. You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling sensation.
I'll give it a try.
Wonderful.
I'm a bit rusty.
You sure are.
Can I have the loot now?
Wouldn't feel right giving it to someone who's not musy enough. Sorry.
You start to feel creative, inspired, and ready to play your heart out.
I'm ready to play.
Wonderful.
When you look upon me, you see only stone, but the soul left within me's my own. Touch me with song, my pain is gone.
That sure was the best performance I've heard.
When was the last one?
There wasn't a last one. That was the first performance I've ever heard. My daddy told me all about the last boy who played here.
When was that?
About 17 years ago. Anyhow, you played so well just now. I see no reason not to let you have the thing.
Thank you.
The lute looks old, but still in fine condition. You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling sensation.
Days, they're all the same. I have no plans. My life's a shame. I'm soon a man, little I know. Should I care? I've nothing to show. Youth spent crying.
The perplexed bard is composing some poetry.
Greetings. That's an interesting poem.
Thank you. I wrote it myself. It's not finished, though.
What is it about?
It speaks of a young man longing for a better life.
Naturally.
Just as I long for the seductive murmur of an audience anticipating my every word. Say, are you busy?
Fairly.
Pain throbs to my chores, replacing toys. What are they for? Can I feel joy? I've never heard the sounds of cheers. Only the birds see tears falling.
Have you always wanted to be a poet?
No. Before I left my hometown to cross the vast desert to this land, I wanted to be a dancer.
What happened?
I was excommunicated by a populace immune to talent.
I'm sorry to hear that.
No matter. Soon after, I heard the muse call. Bound to her beckoning, she has led me here. Home. Is there a place I'm meant to be? Where there's a face I want to see. Then I would leave this past behind. No more reprieve. Through with hiding.
Have you finished your composition?
Not yet. There's something missing, though I can't put my finger on it. What do you think?
Well, the words have lyrical quality, broadly speaking.
Lyrical? That's it. Music. These words would ring all the truer were they sung. Ah, but alas, I have no instrument. Why does the end not come to me? I'll try again.
The bard seems to be rather distracted by his inability to complete his composition.
Perhaps this will help to inspire you.
This is it! My answer! The key to unlocking the creative force inside! Dawn, it's time to go. The journey's long, my pace won't slow. I'll prove that I have not been beat. There's nothing here, so on my feet, the future's waiting.
It's a pity you didn't have any talent potion left to give him. It's a water pitcher, full to the brim. You peer into the empty pitcher. At the bottom, the word Vandalmere has been etched. This would seem an average boulder, except for the hole at the top. The hole is deep, much longer than your arm. There appears to be a glass bottle at the bottom.
Vandalmere.
You successfully fill the hole with water and thoroughly soak yourself in the process. The pitcher slips out of your hands and shatters at the bottom of the rock. The hole is filled with water. A bottle bobs on its surface. You take the glass bottle from the hole and discover a piece of paper inside. The piece of parchment has a magical incantation written on one side. You realize this is a page from the sorcery of old. On the back of the spell page is a scribbled note. Where can I find a mandrake root? I fear this land is barren of this rare vegetable. I have learnt it favors darker places. Perhaps the cave. It is my last hope. You're not thirsty. You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling sensation. You quickly pull the levers in the correct sequence. You unlock the oak cabinet using the brass key. Inside, you find the wizard's magic wand. You take it with you, knowing it could mean death if he finds it missing. The cabinet door locks as you shut it. You replace the missing page. You hold a small ball of black cat fur in your hand. A strong, fishy smell emanates from the glass jar. The root of the mandrake plant has an earthy, bitter smell to it. The clay bowl has been your favorite bowl for years. You place the dried mandrake root in the mortar. You grind the dried mandrake root into a fine powder. You shouldn't try making up your own spells. You replace the missing page. You place the dried mandrake root in the mortar. You grind the dried mandrake root into a fine powder. You carefully remove the mandrake root powder from the mortar. The powdery substance is straight from the mortar. You carefully place the mandrake root powder in the bowl. Not wanting to taint the spell, you carefully clean the spoon first. You pour 2 spoonfuls of fish oil into the bowl. You place the cat hair in the bowl. You carefully stir the contents of the bowl. You dump the oily dough onto the tabletop. You shape the oily dough into the shape of a cookie. It hardens quickly. With trepidation, you prepare to recite the turning another into a cat incantation.
Root of mandrake and fish oil with cat hair over which I toil to make a meal worse than the rack from this deceiving little snack.
You wave the magic wand over the cookie. You have just created a cookie that, when eaten, will turn the victim into a cat forever. You quickly pull the levers in the correct sequence. You unlock the oak cabinet using the brass key. You carefully replace the magic wand exactly as you found it. The cabinet door locks as you shut it. The only resemblance to a real cookie is its flat, round shape. It is hard and has cat hair sticking out of it. Definitely non-appetizing. The warm porridge is in a pretty blue ceramic bowl. Its aroma wafts up to and tantalizes your nose. The porridge conceals the crumbled cookie. It still looks as appetizing as ever. You were careful when you crumbled the cat cookie into the porridge. It looks just like a plain bowl of porridge. You were careful when you crumbled the cat cookie into the porridge. It looks just like a plain bowl of porridge.
I am hungry. Prepare me a meal at once.
Manannan is impatiently waiting for his food. His stomach rumbles as he drums his gnarled fingers on the table. You'd better feed him quickly, or dire consequences may result. You watch, barely able to control a smile from spreading over your face. The wizard chokes on his little snack and clutches his throat. He seems to be turning a somewhat bluish color. As the wizard manages to swallow the tainted, once-hidden cookie, he greedily gulps the remainder of the porridge. You watch, hoping for a sign that the spell will begin its work. But it seems the wizard is unaffected.
Something is wrong. I feel strange.
Really? Maybe you should curl up. Have a cat nap.
What was in that porridge? A cookie?
Ah, the cookie. You know, that reminds me of a poem. Root of mandrake and fish oil, with cat hair over which I toil.
My spell!
Oh, you know that one.
You!
Yes?
You won't get away with this. You'll be sorry, Gwydion.
My name is Alexander.
Furry and furious, the wizard must contend with fleas and furballs. You've had enough to do with that creature. Manannan meows mournfully. Strange, there's nothing in the painting now. Not much behind, above, or below the painting. The massive desk is made from oak. You open the desk's only drawer, but you see nothing interesting. Again, you search the contents of the drawer, but find nothing interesting. Persistent, aren't you? Upon closer examination of the contents of the desk, you find a letter. You remove it and take it with you. You carry a letter addressed to Manannan. You don't know who wrote it, and you're not sure you want to find out. You quickly pull the levers in the correct sequence. You unlock the oak cabinet using the brass key. Inside, you find the wizard's magic wand. The cabinet door locks as you shut it. This bottle is labeled ground fish scales. You pick up the bottle labeled ground fish scales and take it with you. You shouldn't try making up your own spells. You pick up the bottle labeled ground fish scales and take it with you. The clay bowl has been your favorite bowl for years. The dew sparkles within the little silver thimble. The wad of dog hair is dirty white and brown. Within the glass container, you see your ground scales. The powder emits a faint, fishy smell. The dry, thin snakeskin is extremely fragile. The chicken feather is small and light, no more than a piece of fluff. This is the first page. You add the thimbleful of dew to the bowl. You add the dog fur to the bowl. You measure 1 spoonful of ground fish scales and add it to the bowl. You add the snake skin to the bowl. You add the chicken feather to the bowl. You mix the bowl's contents by hand until they become doughy. With trepidation, you prepare to recite the Understanding the Language of Creatures incantation.
Fur of beast and reptile skin, with scale and feather too thrown in, grant me sense to comprehend animals of water, earth, and wind.
You wave the magic wand over the bowl. You carefully divide the mixture into 2 pieces and place the dough pieces in your ears. You will now be able to understand the speech of the animals, birds, and fish. You will not, however, be able to speak to them. The spell will last as long as the dough is in your ears.
A shame what happened to old Roger. Charming old rooster. Boy, he's quite a fox now. Oh, I'll say, especially after the wizard got through with him. Pity. He comes up to visit after hours. Terribly confused. Poor thing. Can't decide whether to mate or to eat us. How long were you in the town, Coop? Just over a year. The wizard nabbed me after I made 2 centuries. What? You're not that old. In eggs, dear. Oh, I thought you meant your batting average.
You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling sensation.
My brother wound up in a stew the other day.
That's too bad.
Not as bad as my uncle. His hide still hangs in one of those human dwellings. I hear there's a land to the east where the nets are solid gold.
That's crazy. There's no such place.
My third cousin twice removed has seen it for himself.
He's just an old nutter. What would he know?
He might keep old nuts that are past their expiration date, but that doesn't mean he's a nutter.
I think any squirrel who thinks acorns are made of solid gold is a nutter. Ain't no such thing.
Fine, have it your way. I believe him.
Then you're a nutter also. I wonder which of us has the longer tongue.
I'm not showing you my tongue.
Come on, I'll show you mine.
All right, fine. A quick flick, and that's all.
Oh, that is a long one.
I know. Your turn. You call that a tongue?
I enjoy hot days. They make me feel almost warm-blooded.
It's only a phase, I'm afraid.
True. Tonight I'll go back to being cold-hearted and lazy.
Those are your better traits. Do you remember where we buried the hatchlings?
West away, I think. Why? They weren't ours.
I'm just worried the neighboring serpents will find them.
It's a big desert.
True, but one of them might know what we did last summer. How do you keep your scales so shiny?
It's all in the slither, darling.
Oh, teach me how.
You're either born to slither well, or you follow in another's trail.
What's with the library?
Library? Oh, you mean that derelict building in town?
Yeah, no one ever goes in there.
It's abandoned.
Why? Can't the townspeople read?
Not since the last teacher left.
When was that?
About 50 years ago.
Gee, it's hard to get teachers out to small towns.
You said it.
Wet mud lines the banks of the stream. You kneel and scoop some of the mud onto the wooden spoon. The spoonful of mud has already dried. You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling sensation. is a bottle labeled toadstool powder. You pick up the bottle labeled toadstool powder and take it with you. The metal cup has ocean water in it. The clay bowl has been your favorite bowl for years. The spoonful of mud has already dried. The cream-colored toadstool powder is finely textured and nearly odorless. You shouldn't try making up your own spells. You pick up the bottle labeled toadstool powder and take it with you. You pour the cup of ocean water into the bowl. You light the charcoal brazier. You place the bowl of ocean water on the charcoal brazier. You remove the bowl before it starts to boil. You add a spoonful of mud to the bowl. You add the toadstool powder to the bowl. You save the empty jar for reuse. You blow into the steaming bowl. With trepidation, you prepare to recite the Brewing a Storm incantation.
From nature, I now call on thee, the power of the land and sea. When brew is stirred, all should be warned, the might of the approaching storm.
You wave the magic wand over the bowl. You carefully pour the storm brew into the empty jar. The charcoal brazier burns out. You're carrying a handful of coarse grains of salt. The dried sprig of mistletoe is a thick grayish green with remnants of little berries still attached. It is not a pretty plant. The stone is smooth, round, and an unusual color, somewhat like that of amber. You shouldn't try making up your own spells. You measure 1 spoonful of salt and pour it into the mortar. You grind the salt with the pestle. You place the sprig of mistletoe in the mortar. You grind the mistletoe with the pestle. You rub the stone in the mixture. You gently kiss the stone. With trepidation, you prepare to recite the teleportation at random incantation.
My kiss so tender I now give, so that I may have a chance to live, seeking a place of trouble less. When my smooth stone I shall caress.
You wave the magic wand over the stone. Here is a bottle labeled Nightshade Juice. You pick up the bottle labeled Nightshade Juice and take it with you. The 3 acorns are dry and brittle. The clay bowl has been your favorite bowl for years. The nightshade juice sloshes around inside the glass jar. This is a wooden kitchen spoon. This is a plain leather pouch, useful for storing liquid or dry ingredients. Right now, it is empty. You place the acorns in the mortar. You shouldn't try making up your own spells. You pick up the bottle labeled Nightshade Juice and take it with you. You place the acorns in the mortar. You grind the acorns into a fine powder. You carefully scoop the acorn powder out of the mortar. The powdery substance is straight from the mortar. You put the acorn powder into the bowl. You pour 1 cup of nightshade juice into the bowl. You carefully stir the contents of the bowl. You light the charcoal brazier. You place the bowl on the charcoal brazier. You wait until the nightshade juice is almost gone. A damp, powdery substance remains behind in the bowl. You remove the bowl from the charcoal brazier. You pour the contents of the bowl onto the table. With trepidation, you prepare to recite the causing a deep sleep incantation.
Acorn, nightshade, together mixed, concoction of a deep sleep fixed. From places of much lesser light, you bring to them a long good night.
You wave the magic wand over the powder. You carefully scoop up the powder from the table. With steady hands, you put the sleeping powder into the empty pouch. You now have a magical powder that will put anyone in the vicinity to sleep when poured on the ground in a place where there's both darkness and moisture. The charcoal brazier burns out. You see a bottle labeled Toad Spittle. You pick up the bottle labeled Toad Spittle and take it with you. The knife is big enough and sharp enough to carve a large roast. The greenish-gray cactus is small, plump, and fleshy. This is a wooden kitchen spoon. The clay bowl has been your favorite bowl for years. There's nothing very interesting about this jar of whitish, thick lard. Toad spittle is unpleasant stuff, to say the least. You shouldn't try making up your own spells. You pick up the bottle labeled Toad Spittle and take it with you. You cut the cactus in half with a knife. You squeeze the cactus juice into the spoon. You add the cactus juice to the bowl. You add the jar of lard to the bowl. You keep the empty jar for later use. You add 2 drops of toad spittle to the bowl. You carefully stir the contents of the bowl. With trepidation, you prepare to recite the Becoming Invisible incantation.
Juice of cactus and toad spittle upon myself but just a little. With flame and moisture both present, I shall become most transparent.
You wave the magic wand over the bowl. You carefully pour the invisibility ointment into the empty lard jar. You pull out your magic map. You feel a strange pulling sensation. A large ship is tied to the dock. The seaman guarding the ship eyes you shiftily. You politely speak to the sailor on the dock. He growls at you in response.
Quit your yabbering, boy. I ain't got no time for you. I gotta keep trespassers away from this here jolly boat. Scram!
Winch, come over here with more rum. loud bunch of seafarers swap yarns between swills of rum. It would seem they're getting ready to set sail. The sailors peer at you through bleary eyes and continue swilling their rum. One, who looks like the captain, pauses and drunkenly speaks to you.
Aye, me bucko. Be ye wanting passage on me ship? What you running from? Oh, it's no matter, as long as you got gold. Let me see how much you got.
As you bring out the purse, the captain snatches it from your hand.
Aye, lad, I sees you do have a wee bit of gold. It's less than me regular fare, but I'll give you passage anyways. We'll be waiting for you at the wharf, but not for long.
The captain and his men down their rum in one long draught, then leave the tavern.
Hey, the captain said you'd be coming along. Get on board.
Nothing like a little bit of salt air to perk up a boy's spirits. You feel excited about the upcoming journey.
Ahoy there, me lad. Allow me to introduce myself. My name's Captain Blodlet. I'll be your host for this year voyage, or what you'll be remembering of it. Pretty flag, ain't it?
You're pirates?
Afraid so. We'll be showing you to your quarters now. Set course for the island.
Aye, Captain.
Cautiously, you look around the dank cargo hold. Among stacks of wooden crates, a rope ladder dangles partway through an opening above. The mast extends into the floor of the hold. This is part of the ship's steering mechanism. Looking warily around the dank cargo hold, you see nothing but wooden crates piled about. This small box looks manageable. Sitting adjacent to the captain's quarters, this room houses the controls for the ship's rudder. A rope ladder extends from an opening above. The captain's cabin is clean and orderly. His bunk rests against one wall with a large chest at its foot. A chart is tacked to the wall behind his desk. The chart traces the ship's route. You don't recognize the continents except the one you've just left. The shelves contain the captain's mini journals, a complete record of his crew's plunders and pillages. The captain's bunk is neatly made. The rug adds a touch of hominess to the captain's quarters. The chest near the captain's bunk is closed. The captain dutifully makes an entry in his log.
What are you doing here? Stay put until we get ashore.
You scan the horizon. Deep blue water reaches endlessly in every direction. From this vantage point, you cannot see into the crow's nest. You hear loud snoring from within. A burly pirate has noticed you from inside the crow's nest. Before you can react, he yells, "You're dead meat, bucko!" and slashes at you with his sword. He misses, barely.
We're nearing the island, Captain. Orders?
As soon as we drop anchor, we'll head for shore. The treasure's assuredly still there, waiting for me. Us.
Do you think the map is accurate?
No reason to think otherwise. The last captain of the ship insisted the map was genuine. 'Twas the last thing he said before I ran him through.
What about our new passenger? You think he's up to the task?
Are ye questioning me judgment?
No, Captain. It's just that we can't be knowing if we can trust him.
You be thinking he'll make a run for it? Fat chance of that. It's a dangerous journey to the center of the island. Even if he made it that far, there's an impassable cliff face on the other side with a sheer drop to the ocean below. And if by some slim chance he managed to climb down, it's a mighty long swim to nearest land. And then there's the sharks.
I guess he doesn't have much of a choice. Do you think there'll be traps on the island, Captain?
Well, of course there be traps, you empty-headed sea urchin. The treasure was buried in the days when those wizard characters used to run things. 1,000 years ago, so it be told. The pirate captain to whom the treasure belonged was something of a magician himself. Who knows what deadly devices were conjured up? Well, don't just stand there. Go get him.
Aye, Captain.
A few hours later.
Take this parchment. It's got a lot of silly scribbling on it, but it gives you the best route through that jungle. Now get in there and find that treasure.
And try not to get killed.
Aye, it's a lot of trouble finding someone who won't be missed, and who's foolish enough to set foot on my ship. Quit your prattling, get in there and find me that treasure. Ahem. I mean, find us that treasure, of course.
A serene natural corridor leads you from the beach to the inner island. Spread across the island is a variety of unspoilt flora. As far as you can tell, this is an ordinary bridge. If you excuse the pivot in the middle, the latches on the ends, and its propensity to tilt completely either way. There's a lever attached to the bridge. A weight has appeared. It hovers in the air above the bridge. Until recently, you thought you knew what depth meant. It's time to take your weight problem seriously. The old map you obtained from the pirate captain is worn and fragile. It may very well be centuries old. You examine the treasure map and read the writing scrawled upon it. Through all of life's long, lonely walks, or skips, runs, or trips, true balances are keenly sought. Take heed to avoid tips. A tasteful trio, all distinct, are ways to find new density. Their traits, most heavy, norm, and light, will weigh against longevity.
I don't see how I might.
You see an old marble pillar near the chasm. You see a bottle containing some strange liquid. It's time to take your weight problem seriously. You push the lever. The braces on the other side snap into place. You pull the lever. The braces on the side where you came from snap back into place. The stained stretch of swamp water is broken by numerous glowing stones. Maybe the map should be color-coded. The old map you obtained from the pirate captain is worn and fragile. It may very well be centuries old. Begin you shall across the sea, its clear hue like the sky, to find yourself on endless sand, like blood, and yet bone dry. And then to luscious fields of wheat, a wide expanse of crops, through waving grasses growing tall, hand brushing across their tops. High over snowy mountain pass, your journey's near the end. Step last onto the well-tilled earth, where wounded feet may mend. The stone emits a gentle blue light. The stone is giving off a reddish hue. The stone seems to radiate gold. The stone pulsates a healthy green. The stone permeates purity. This stone flashes gray and brown. The stone emits a gentle blue light. The stone is giving off a reddish hue. The stone seems to radiate gold. The stone pulsates a healthy green. The stone permeates purity. This stone flashes gray and brown. A starkly angled stone arch stands alone in the clearing. It has vaguely familiar markings, and you gather it has been here for more years than you've learned to count. A door it may be, but without the right key, it won't lead you to your destiny. A starkly angled stone arch stands alone in the clearing. It has vaguely familiar markings, and you gather it has been here for more years than you've learned to count. As you place your hands upon the arch, you feel an energy beneath your fingers. It almost feels alive. It's a sort of stone tile with something engraved on one side. You take the stone plaque off the ground. It's a sort of stone tile with something engraved on one side. You're carrying tiles with inscriptions of animals on them. What's in a name save for its sounds? They lie close by, look close around. For in creatures both small and great, the way is paved through Saren's gate.
Who are you?
An echo of the first mage and pirate Captain Saran, who once derived value from only earthly things. Long ago I concealed them at this place, riches beyond what wealthy men do dream. Does the thirst for treasure bring you here? Are stones and coins your reason for risking precious life?
They are, though I care little for such things. I am seeking to return to a home from which I was unjustly taken, to parents whom I cannot recall.
My death occurred here in a time beyond your reckoning. Your life, a mere moment, is of no concern. The treasure, my only care, binds my soul to this place. Do you desire it?
I desire what I need to reach my homeland safely. Without your treasure, I am doomed.
Then a chance you shall have to claim it. You have demonstrated your cunning and skill. Now a more important trial begins. This island once belonged to the realm known as Daventria, when land and sea once met as equals upon the earth.
Daventria? Oh, Daventry.
Greatest among us was its ruler, Leginimor. He created the greatest of treasures, orbs of power, to aid the land in crisis. When he fell at the hands of his betrayer, the orbs were lost, scattered about the realm and beyond. One orb contained the power to heal the very earth itself.
How might I do this?
In the order of value lies your salvation. Choose well, and the treasure kept here for these past 1,000 years shall be yours. Choose poorly, and you shall die. Choose first the item of greatest importance, then the second, and so on.
It is a magnificent jewel. Consume it today, conceive a tomorrow. It is a magnificent jewel. The craft of construction. The epitome of academic education.
Now, choose the second. Now, pick the third. True value eludes you, young one. Your fate is mine.
Your priorities might need some adjustment. Consume it today, conceive a tomorrow.
Now, choose the second.
The craft of construction.
Now, pick the third.
The epitome of academic education.
You have chosen well. The treasure shall be yours. Take it, and the worthless trinkets contained within.
You wonder what great treasures lie within. The pirate captain may not look kindly upon you keeping your share of the gold. Better leave it in the chest.
Zounds! What is this?
A trinket I acquired in my early days. 'Twas a highway to begin a low life, robbing the first king's grave. That vessel in the likeness of his hands was in place of his own. Take it.
You put the gold coins back in the chest.
Farewell. Did you get the treasure? Well, you've proved you're worth something, at least for now. Maybe we won't be killing you just yet.
Into the boat. Move it.
After your return from Treasure Island, you spend several more days as a cabin boy.
Get off your bunk, you lazy landlubber. Get to the galley and get the stove running.
The captain's first mate eyes you shiftily.
As long as you make yourselves useful, we might not use you as an anchor just yet.
It's an old wood stove.
The upper deck could do with a good scrubbing. Now get moving.
It's like a little piece of home.
You took your merry time. Go over to the captain's cabin and dust the shelves.
It's a feather duster, similar to the one you use to clean up the wizard's study. while.
There you are. I have been looking all over the castle.
Where else would I be? Where else could I be?
What are you doing?
Only what I can. Nothing. Save watch my land fall into ruin while that winged abomination continues its reign of terror.
It serves not to dwell on matters beyond your...
My wife, do you not feel my anguish? Our own daughter has been taken. And I allowed it.
You had no choice.
There is always a choice.
True. You might have chosen Daventry's destruction. Years ago, you defied the dragon. Even now, the flames still lick at our crops. Imagine the suffering had you resisted further. As for your anguish, every day I weep for Rosella and our son, Alex.
No, I cannot bear to hear his name. Not now.
As you wish. But you must not let this destroy you. Daventry cannot afford to be without its king, nor I without the man I wed.
Were it only that he were here, I would do anything to heal my beloved realm, to make everything right.
Orders, Captain?
We're heading for Usperia. Time to put all that booty to good use. What is it?
That course will take us close to Daventry, won't it?
Yeah? You got a problem with that?
I must be confessing something to you, Captain. I be getting a tad nervous sailing this close to Daventry. What with that dragon I hear out telling those parts.
Ah, you lily-livered codfish! That beast sits over yon mountains, never comes near the shore from what I hear.
Hope you're right, Captain.
Of course I'm right, you jelly-legged squid! That reminds me, when we reach Usperia, we'll see if we can't sell our new young'un in the market. Should fetch a pretty price. Oh, and make sure there's someone guarding the hatch. We don't want him trying to make a break for Daventry shore as we sail by.
Aye, Captain.
As the pirates spot land nearby, you are unceremoniously dumped in the cargo hold again to keep you from escaping.
He's been safely locked away in the hold, Captain. Say, have you seen this stuff we took off him? That kid carried some strange things. Where do you think he got them?
How should I know? I've heard tell a wizard lives in Ludor. The kid seemed eager to leave. He probably stole those things.
There's something else, too. Seems like a map.
Another treasure map?
Don't think so. Seems like a map of Ludor to me. Look! This here's the town where we made port. Whoa!
Better get myself a chest with a lock on it when we reach Usperia.
Did you see the boy they brought along?
Yes. What about him?
The last passenger they took ended up on the slave market. Do you know where we're going?
We'll be passing a beach near a big mountain range soon.
Ah, yes. I've heard the pirates say that nobody ever crossed those mountains alive. pirates talking? They're thinking of bringing a cat on board. No, don't scare me like that! It's true. I've heard them complaining about too many mice being on board.
The chart traces the ship's route. You don't recognize the continents except the one you've just left. The shelves contain the captain's mini journals, a complete record of his crew's plunders and pillages. The captain keeps a lamp by his bedside. The captain's bunk is neatly made. The rug adds a touch of hominess to the captain's quarters. It appears the pirates anticipated your attempt at escaping and decided to keep a close eye on you. The chest near the captain's bunk is closed. You retrieve your stolen items. As your sleep spell takes effect, a silence descends over the ship. The orb pulsates with renewing energy. The statuette resembles two hands cupped together. What it was doing under Saren's guard, you have no idea. The mice are aboard for the ride and the food. They might object to being pets, and you might get to feel how much. There is no response. The captain is snoring peacefully in his bunk. Its grandiose design suggests the ship might have belonged to an owner of some standing. From the aft of the ship, deep blue stretches to a landless horizon.
Stormy brew. Churn anew.
It seems your storm spell has backfired. They don't build ships like they used to. You can't imagine the pirates getting a decent night's sleep within the ship's cramped bow. The pirate has found a more comfortable place to sleep than his bunk. Fortunately, the fall only left you with a few bruises, but by the time you got back on your feet, the ship already drifted far away from Daventry's coast. You're now on your own in the middle of the ocean again, with no hope of returning home. One misstep, and your life goes south. The ship's cook is fast asleep in the evening meal. His snores rattle the walls. You've managed to make it to the shore of Daventry, but your magic essence is all gone now. The pier used to harbor vessels sailing into Daventry. This is the western shore which fringes Daventry. You can barely believe you've made it this far. To the north, you see a forest. It warms you to see this new world thriving with life. This is the western shore which fringes Daventry. You can barely believe you've made it this far. A winding trail gradually ascends these hills to the mountains and beyond. Many trees have sprouted along the natural path, despite the surplus of shade. The huge rock appears scalable. Try approaching the rock from another angle. You are at the foot of a high, snowy mountain range. A tricky path winds its way up the steep face of a looming cliff. You look to see a majestic mountain range reaching toward the beautiful blue sky. It's an owl wearing a waistcoat and monocle. Don't be ridiculous. Of course it can't speak. The mountain goat is its own king. Snow collects upon the branches of the leafless trees. The snow-capped mountains advance forever upward. A narrow path skims along the top of a precipitous ridge. As you look down, you see the steep cliff below you. Icy patches cover the ground. The snow-capped mountains advance forever upward. A narrow path skims along the top of a precipitous ridge. As you look down, you see the steep cliff below you. Icy patches cover the ground. The snowy cave is large, with thick icicles hanging from its entrance. It's dark inside. This cave is disgusting. You quickly dismiss the notion that the occupant might be a vegetarian. Half-chewed bones are scattered everywhere. Your skin crawls as you imagine yours among them. As you make your way through the mountains, you suddenly notice something approaching you in the distance. Something that doesn't seem friendly.
I love warm meat.
You try to fake an impression of chilliness.
Now. Don't sell yourself short.
What a cold reception. As you make your way through the mountains, you suddenly notice something approaching you in the distance. Something that doesn't seem friendly.
I love warm meat.
You try to fake an impression of chilliness.
Now. Don't sell yourself short. Did you bring me any seasoning? I'm fresh out.
You hastily shake your head.
No matter.
The leather pouch is securely tied and filled with the coarse brown sleep powder you so proudly manufactured. You quickly pour the remaining sleeping powder on the floor. You hope there's enough left to affect the Yeti. The Yeti slumbers peacefully, dreaming of his next feed. Even if you could lift him, you'd get nothing but a hernia. You have reached the summit, but still the snowy mountains continue relentlessly forward. A narrow path forges its way through the snowdrifts, and another leads into a large cave. Nervously, you look around. This is a very steep and dangerous cliff. Numerous caves honeycomb its face. You could easily get lost if you survive the descent. These caves are really dark, but you feel a draft coming from two separate ways ahead of you.
Lost, aren't we? Let me show you around a little bit.
Whatever happened to wrong way, turn back? These caves are really dark, but you feel a draft coming from two separate ways ahead of you.
Lost, aren't we? Let me show you around a little bit.
Thanks to your navigational skills, you've managed to outwit the abominable snowman, and the way to Daventry is clear. It looks like a fat, freezing Wookiee.
I'm getting sick of trespassers. I'm going back to Serenia.
You are making your way down the eastern side of these mountains, along a path which rims a narrow ridge. Looking back, you can see the snowy peaks you've risked your life traversing. Perhaps the worst is now behind you. The snow-capped peaks thrust their way upward towards a reddening sky. Cracked, burnt, and lifeless, this is all that remains of the great realm of Daventry. Cracked, burnt, and lifeless, this is all that remains of the great realm of Daventry. A cave leads deep into the mountain. You gaze into the cave-like entrance, past the shattered remains of a door, but see nothing but crumbly stone steps leading upward. A winding, rickety ramp runs along the walls of the cavern. A tunnel leads off to one side. A stone staircase leads toward the high cavern ceiling. The mountain rises steeply from this plateau. A cave leads into its depths. It's your sister, Rosella. The dragon is every bit as fearsome as you imagine. Its green scales look hard and impregnable. 3 massive heads blow flame and smoke atop its writhing necks. The sight of it makes you shiver. The dragon has seen you. Hypnotized by its baleful glare, you stand frozen in your tracks. You strolled, quite seen, up to your host. It saw you plainly. Now you're toast. The dirty brown storm brew sloshes around in the half-filled glass jar. The jar of invisibility ointment is nearly full of a thick, oily substance.
Stormy brew. Churn anew.
The dragon's corpse lies upon the ground, no match for the fury of your magical storm. You untie your sister.
I thank you, my brave sir. Come, we must journey to my father's castle. My parents will be anxious to meet their daughter's rescuer. Do I know you?
Perhaps. We may have shared a cradle once.
I beg your pardon?
My name is Alexander, of Daventry.
Rosella regards you with a look of bewilderment, then a hint of suspicion.
Prove it.
I don't know how I could.
My mother told me once that my brother had a peculiar birthmark.
Well, in that case...
On his right buttock.
I see. Well, if that is what it will take to prove it to you.
Thank you. I am sorry I did not believe you. Brother.
After all you've been through, I understand completely. I just hope I don't have to prove my identity to the entire kingdom this way. Tell me about our parents.
Our mother, Queen Valenice, is as kind as she is beautiful. She is also wise and counsels father when he is in need of advice.
And our father?
King Graham has been the bravest and most honorable man this kingdom has ever known. It is only in recent years that our country's misfortunes have taken their toll on him.
I wish I could have been there for him.
You are here now. I think that seeing you will do a great deal to mend his ailing heart.
Why did the dragon come to Daventry?
I do not know. On occasion, I have heard Father mumble something about a curse. He would not speak to me of it, though. Nor would Mother.
Most curious. I am glad to finally be home.
As am I. It was difficult growing up knowing that I had a brother, yet fathoming neither your whereabouts nor whether you were safe. Though I cannot explain it, somehow I knew you were still alive. I hope your life thus far has not been too unpleasant.
Let's just say that I'm not overly fond of evil wizards.
Then you have something in common with Father. Though he did not know it at the time, one used to serve under him many years ago.
I have had quite an adventure while journeying here.
I can imagine. Perhaps I too will have an adventure someday. Well, preferably one without a three-headed dragon.
Agreed. I am looking forward to meeting my parents.
We'll surprise them. Are you nervous?
Well, maybe a little.
It will be fine. You'll see.
You have nothing more to say to Rosella.
Milady, Milady, you are free! Could it be to do with the sudden storm I beheld atop Cloud Mountain?
Indeed it was. And I have this noble man to thank for rescuing me.
Incredible! And to think that the dragon is dead and gone after all this time. He is dead and gone, right?
Completely.
Oh, amazing! Noble sir, whom do I and all of Daventry thank for this miracle?
Go ahead.
Good sir, I am Prince Alexander of Daventry.
The gnome gives you a thoroughly mystified look. Then gradually a grin begins to spread over his old wrinkled face. The grin becomes a great smile, and soon the gnome is overcome with joy.
Wonderful, sensational, marvelous news! Yes, it is you, isn't it? I knew it. From the moment I saw you, I just knew it.
Then what did you just ask?
Shh! I must run to the castle and let everybody know. The dragon is dead and Prince Alexander has returned.
You are becoming too accustomed to this view. You can only imagine the lost beauty of the area. Once tranquil, this part of Daventry has fared little better than the rest. The river's taken leave of the land. Long drop, short stop. Hey, fire really does burn. Today's special, Prince a la carte.
your footing, Alexander. The ground up ahead doesn't look stable.
The ground feels uneven beneath your feet. You won't go there again. In the distance, Castle Daventry stands embattled and alone. The man stands alone in the gloomy clearing. He wears a simple hooded garment and pays you little attention.
Hello? Are you alright?
I am as I am.
Who are you?
One who remembers many things. My wisdom once served the king.
This is your home then?
I called it that once, before yours had meaning. It has hidden something from me.
Can I help you find it?
Not as you are, my would-be sire.
You know me.
I know many things. The now, then, and every age in between. The reason for days, and why the stars are restless. The forces that work their will in this world. The trivial manner of your arrival.
But how could you?
Leave me. My time wanes with your wasteful banter.
By far, this clearing makes you feel the most unsettled. Whether it's the twisted trees snatching at the light, or a memory of a past evil, you cannot be certain. It's a bit on the warm side.
Alexander, where are you going? Father's castle lies to the east.
The moat might have once been home to many animals, but you cannot see them now. The walls have stood the test of time, but have recently struggled to hold together. The massive gate of the castle is opened to welcome you home.
Rosella! The Royal Weaver told us of your rescue. I could scarcely believe it. And this
is Prince Alexander of Daventry.
son?
Yes, Mother.
My heart has ached with longing for this day. Your absence has been a terrible burden for us all. Come, your father awaits us.
So ends the first. At last.
Father!
Rosella! Are you all right?
As good as can be. Father, you look...
As one who has worried more than any thought possible, for longer than most thought him capable. Do not concern yourself. Is this?
Yes, Father.
I hadn't dared hope for this moment.
Why does your crown glow?
I don't... Wait. The father wanted the crown to find the item. This must be it.
That old thing.
Who is the father?
It doesn't matter. Today, his search ends.
Perhaps that will end his curse. Perhaps its second will not come to pass.
Yes, perhaps. Let us adjourn to the throne room. I have traveled many roads, some joyful, others dark. They have led me far and wide through all manner of danger. Yet they always brought me home, to Daventry. Your road, Alexander, has led you from us. For the longest time, we lost all hope of seeing you again. But the road, it seems, saw fit to return you as well. Along every step of my journeys, I have worn this, my adventurer's hat, a symbol of my zeal and youth. It is right that it should now pass to younger blood. Receive it, and know the man who was your father. May it lead you to fortune and great adventure as much as this world will share. To your futures.
There was no hope for me, and I could not dream of being free. But then I had a vision of you, and you gave me a reason to live, and so I find my way back home to you. Ever walked this far, no one's ever tried so hard, no one's ever felt this way, had so much taken away. Who could know my hurt, my pain, when time and again I'm shamed? How could I have kept so sane when all it did was rain?
Congratulations! You finished the game! Based on your playing style, you've earned the following secret awards.